Maybe he stepped away. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is a joint meeting of the Santa Clara City Council, Stadium Authority, and Council Authorities, Concurrent, and Santa Clara Stadium Authority Board. So, City Clerk, confirmation of a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, confirming your quorum. I'd like to note for the record before we begin that in accordance with the Brown Act, Government Code Section 54953B, Councilmember Park is attending tonight's meeting via audio teleconference. The location from where Councilmember Park is attending was included on the agenda for this meeting. Councilmember Park, at this time, I ask you to please confirm that the agenda for this meeting is posted at your teleconference location and that this location is accessible to the public.
Yes, it is. Yeah, yes, it is.
Thank you. Please also state whether any members of the public are in attendance at your teleconference location.
There is nobody here, but I will disclose that my daughter is with me and only my daughter.
Thank you. All votes taken during this teleconference meeting shall be by roll call vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. So we have one large item in closed session this evening. City Attorney, would you like to tell us about that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We have one item on the closed session agenda tonight, conference with labor negotiators for employee organizations Unit 6, that's AFSCME, Unit 9, miscellaneous unclassified management, and Unit 10, public safety non-sworn. City representatives tonight will be Jovan Grogan, City Manager, Nadine Nader, Chief Operating Officer, Araceli Acevedo, HR Director, Marco Mercado, Assistant HR Director, Charles Sakai, City's outside legal counsel, and designee of City Attorney Glenn Googans, which will be me, myself, Sue Ruder. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. Now, is there anyone that would like to make a comment about this closed session item? I don't see anyone in the chambers. City Clerk, do we have anyone online?
There are no hands online, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we're going to adjourn to closed session. We will be back at 7 p.m. for the regular City Council meeting. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting of the Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority Board meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty, justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call, City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and welcome, Council. Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Here.
Vice Mayor Vice Chair Becker.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
And I am waiting for Councilmember Board Member Park to sign on, but he's not at the moment. He said to give him a minute.
Okay, so maybe we can move on and then come back to whenever you see him and sign him on, please. Thank you.
So I'll read the AB 23 announcement, Mayor. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of Behavioral Standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those joining us this evening in the capacity of a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. And he's not on yet, so when he gets on, I'll let you know, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That would be great. So good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city also continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes during public presentations, and those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So now let's move on to the council agenda. Okay, reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mayor. The council took no reportable action in closed session.
Okay, thank you. Continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. Do we have anyone on the council, the staff, or the public that would be looking for a continuance, an exception, or a reconsideration? I don't see anybody. Staff, no? Okay. Then we'll move on to the council agenda. We do have one item on the agenda for continuance. It's item number 2, continuance of an action on the adoption of a revised zoning map that resolves inconsistencies with the city's general plan land use diagram to a date certain of September 24th, 2024. City Manager?
Yes, Mayor. Staff is requesting that we continue this to a date certain. We will also conduct another mailing to make sure that all appropriate neighbors are notified.
Okay, thank you. Now, City Clerk, before we vote, I see Councilmember Parks on. Would you like to say what you need to say?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So in accordance with the Brown Act, Government Code Section 54953B, Councilmember Park is attending tonight's meeting via audio teleconference. The location from where Councilmember Park is attending was included on the agenda for this meeting. Councilmember Park, at this time, I ask you to please confirm that the agenda for this meeting is posted at your teleconference location and that this location is accessible to the public.
Yes and yes.
Thank you.
And there is no one with me in the room.
Please also state whether any members of the public are in attendance at your teleconference location. Thank you for that response. So all votes this evening during this teleconference meeting shall be by roll call vote. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So is there any city council comment on the continuance or any public comment here or online on the continuance regarding the city's general plan land use diagram? I don't see anybody. Is there a motion?
Mayor, if you could just state that we opened the public hearing.
Okay. I didn't see. Okay, open. There it is. I see it in tiny little writing. I declare the public hearing open. Thank you.
We'll make it big.
All right. Noting the public hearing's open, may I have a motion to continue?
So moved.
Second.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Chahal, second by Councilmember Watanabe, to continue the item to September 24th, 2024.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, we are going to move on now to our first special order of business. Since 1986, the cities of Santa Clara and Izumo, Japan, have formally engaged in a sister city relationship. We are honored to have a presentation this evening from the Santa Clara Sister Cities Association. The Santa Clara Sister Cities Association gives young people in our community the opportunity to explore cultures all around the world. 6 high school students from Santa Clara went on an exchange visit to Izumo, Japan in June of this year. I'd like to invite the secretary of the Santa Clara Sister Cities Association, Janine Soderwood, to the podium to speak and introduce the students that are with us tonight. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Janine Soderwood. I'm the secretary of the Santa Clara Sister Cities Association, and I was fortunate to be able to chaperone the 6 high school students to Izumo this summer. The students were all wonderful ambassadors. They had a great time with their host families. They were very engaged with the students that we met at the various schools, and they had a really fun time participating in lots of cultural activities. So today we have Brianna Ortega, Swara Kamalkar, Namita Gaidani, and then 3 students could not make it, Hillary Lee, Yotam Dubiner, and Miriam Radwan.
Hello, my name is Brianna. Before I go into my pictures with my host family, I just wanted to take a moment and thank all you guys again. The experience that I had in Izumo, Japan was truly life-changing, and staying with my host family and their kindness and their warmth was something that I'll remember forever. So I just wanted to thank you guys again because that truly was a life-changing experience. So one thing the first picture that I chose to include, that is a picture with me and my host family. They are one of the most incredible, nice, and generous people that I have ever met. They were extremely welcoming. They helped me adjust, and it was great. Another picture that I choose to include was me with my host student. I had a great time. I was actually able to go along with her in her day in high school, and it's really interesting. I went to Wilcox, and it's really different from high school in Japan. They have a whole hour just dedicated to cleaning, and we have to wear slippers inside, so it's very different from Wilcox. I also choose to include another picture. That's me and my host student again. it was on a Thursday when we almost left, we did fireworks, and that was a really fun memory, so I choose to include that as well. These are Hillary's slides. Unfortunately, she couldn't be with us today, but here are the pictures that she chose to include. The first picture, that's the picture at Izumo City Hall. It is really different. It's much bigger. They have like 30 seats on either side. It's really big. She also included a picture of Matsue Castle. I also had the chance to go to Matsue Castle with my host family. I had a really fun time. I was able to go all the way to the top, and I was able to learn about the history of Matsue Castle. She also included a picture with her host student at the tea ceremony. Part of our experience in Japan is that we were able to go to a traditional tea ceremony, which was really interesting because we were able to try traditional Japanese matcha. And then another picture that she included is takoyaki makeng, which is a type of Japanese food.
Hello, I am Swara. I also had a wonderful time in Izumo. It was very memorable, truly life-changing. One of the highlights of my trip was going to the Izumo beaches. They're so beautiful, and I definitely found them a lot cleaner than the beaches that we have in California. I also really enjoyed watching the sunset. I loved it so much that I asked my host family, who was so welcoming, to take me there again. And it was just one of the best experiences ever. I also really enjoyed wagashi and candy making. Wagashi is a traditional Japanese sweet, and even though it was my first time making it, I think I did a pretty good job. It was also very delicious. And with my host family's friend, I got to make 2 lollipops that were animal-shaped. I made an elephant and a pig, and it was also a really fun experience, something very new to me. One of my favorite memories from the trip, however, was trying on a yukata, which is a summer traditional Japanese garment. It was so beautiful. I also got to try on a traditional Japanese headpiece, and I really loved it. It made me feel so in touch with the culture. It was just so beautiful to wear. Overall, my experience was so amazing. I definitely want to visit there again. It was just so memorable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Namita, and like Brianna and Svara said, I'm also really grateful for the experience that I had in Izumo, Japan. So I was fortunate enough to be able to stay with 2 host families. So I spent half of the trip with one of my host families, and then I spent the other half of the trip with my other host family and her grandma, and they actually stayed in the mountains, and so that was a really cool experience. It was really green there, and you can see that in the first picture. And one of the experiences that I'm really grateful for is being able to try a yukata and visiting a temple. So like Svara mentioned, a yukata is a traditional summer piece that they wear in Japan. And at the top of the mountain that my host family's grandma lived, they had a traditional temple, and we were able to visit there and try on and look at the different like statues that were there. And we also got to wear the traditional bow that comes with the yukata and wear sandals. And one of the experiences that I'm also grateful for is the family dinners that we had with my first host family. So we got to make onigiri together, and we also picked onions from their garden, and that was a really cool experience, and it allowed me to connect with their family. And I also loved visiting the school. I got to meet so many new friends, and it was truly a memorable experience.
So unfortunately, Yotam and Miriam weren't able to join us, but I included a picture. The first picture is of Miriam. She did a song at the Uzumo welcome party. The next picture, that is me, Miriam, and Yotam. That is a picture we took in front of Uzumo City Hall. And then the next picture is Yotam. Part of our experience is we went to a traditional Japanese indigo dyeing, in which we each got to make our own design and dye it. So that is Yotam doing his own dye.
And I was also lucky enough to get to participate in the homestay program there. So in the bottom left, I was visiting the Iwami silver mine with my host family, which was a really interesting mine back from the samurai period. And then the upper right, I'm making takoyaki with my host grandmother. And the bottom right, I'm with one of my host siblings, and we were doing homemade soba, which was really fun. And then in the upper left, we're all at the Izumo City Council. So my first experience with Santa Clara Sister Cities was actually in 1990 when I participated in this program as a high school student at Wilcox. And my interest in Japan 100% stems from my participation in this program. So I'm very grateful to the City Council for its support, that this program is still thriving after all of these years. I also wanted to thank the International Exchange Association of Izumo. They organized all of the cultural activities for us, and they have a lot of pictures on Facebook of the trip. So I want to thank everybody again, particularly Councilmember Watanabe and Councilmember Park for your participation as the liaison for the group, and we really thank you all for your support.
Well, thank you so much for sharing all of your experiences with us. I'm going to ask you to come up here to present you some certificates, and then I know that there's several council members, including myself, who have been to Japan, Izumo, and I'm sure would like to say a few words. So let's start with, if you would come forward here, please. Okay, thank you. So I think we have Councilmember Park, or you would like to say something? Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you very much, and really love the stories. They're always good to. It's always great to hear the experiences and how they changed students, and even better, it's great to see students come back and share how the experiences that they had changed their lives. So I want to make very clear to everyone that we had 6 applications, and we discussed this quite a bit. There were no weak candidates. There were no bad candidates in the bunch, and we made the decision to send every single one of them, and I am so happy that we did that. So congratulations to all the students that had this great opportunity, and please tell others about the opportunities so that we'll have another great set of students going next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So, as mentioned by all of you, it's a great experience, and I have been to Izumo multiple times, only because I want to go back again and again. And I'm sure you all had such a great experience because you've seen that different culture. You see how different cultures we can immerse with and have a feel of those things. And as a young diplomat, that's what the purpose of Sister City is. You are a citizen diplomat, basically, and how you can unite different countries one piece at a time, like you're uniting 2 different families. And I'm sure when you, down the line, 5 years, 10 years, you'll still be in touch with those host students where you went to, the families you stayed with, basically. So those are lifelong friendship you develop, and such a great experience indeed. And as Councilmember Park mentioned, spread the word. Like, it's a great thing to travel, and it's a great opportunity that you got a chance to travel at such a young age. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the beautiful pictures. It's always so good to see so many of our friends in Izumo in the pictures, and just to see, you know, that they're doing well, and because we've known them we've had such a long time relationship with them. Thank you for sharing your stories, Janine. Thank you for being such a great chaperone. As you probably saw, the IEAI makes a great opportunity to expose you to the culture, but also to keep you busy the entire time you're there. So, but there's just so much to see. So there really, and I think you were there for 10 days. There's really not enough time to see everything. But I'm glad you got to Matsui Castle. It's a beautiful place. I've been there myself, and as everybody has said, you have memories to last you a lifetime. So thank you for sharing it all with us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say I went in 2019, and it was such an experience. I can't wait to go back again, but it just touches you forever. You're going to remember it forever, and the people are so wonderful and so hospitable and so gracious. It's just such a lovely place to visit. I mean, I'm so proud that they're our sister city, because they're just wonderful people. And I look forward to when they come to visit here, so hopefully you'll all get involved with them as well when they come. And thank you so much for chaperoning as well. We appreciate it. I have a member of the public that wants to speak, but we don't typically take public testimony, so I'm wondering if that's okay. Habir, you put your name in. We don't take public on the special orders of business. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you so much again. All right, so for our next special order of business this evening, we are here to celebrate American Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month. For our next item, the city will proclaim August 2024 as American Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month. Due to a recent change in the state legislation, moving forward, the month will be celebrated annually in April. So we're going to be here now. So when you see us again next April, you're going to say, boy, it just feels like we just did that, because we did. So you're going to see us again in April. But we didn't want to miss this entire year, so we're celebrating it again this August. So in May of 2024, our Senator Aisha Wahab worked to pass legislation to officially move American Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month from August to April. April will allow schools to recognize the month during the school year. This year, we are proclaiming August to honor the contributions Muslims have made to the city of Santa Clara, and more importantly, to stand united against acts of discrimination, Islamophobia, and violence towards Muslim communities. This evening, we are honored to have local leaders of the Muslim community here with us. I invite Samer Darwish, President from the Muslim Community Association, and Michelle Lee, Governance Board President of the Council on American Islamic Relations, also known as CARE, San Francisco Bay Area, to the podium to say a few words. I know I saw both of them. Welcome.
Honorable Mayor, council members, thank you so much, first of all, for having us. My name is Michelle Lee. I am the president of the Council of American Islamic Relations, the San Francisco Bay Area chapter, who has just purchased our building right here in Santa Clara. I have two sons. I've been a resident of Santa Clara for almost 20 years. I have two sons, both graduated from Santa Clara High. So thank you, first of all, for recognizing and celebrating the Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month. This proclamation is definitely a testament to the city's commitment to inclusivity, diversity, and recognition of the valuable contributions that all of us make, including the Muslim community. In a time where unity and understanding are more important than ever, your leadership in issuing this proclamation sends a powerful message of solidarity and support. It acknowledges the ongoing effort to build bridges, foster mutual respect, and ensure that every resident of Santa Clara feels valued and heard. We look forward to continuing our partnership with the city to further these values and work together And I want to thank you again for this recognition and your ongoing dedication to the principles of equality and justice for all.
Thank you, Michelle. Samir?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Lisa Gilmore and rest of council. My name is Samir Darwish. I'm the current president of MCA for another 3 weeks. My term is ending. And with that said, I have with me the Vice President, Misbah, who's sitting right there, so that you get to become familiar with the face. He's going to be the new president going forward. So basically, I'm going to be there for support as well because they need all the help that they can get. I'd like to thank you for this proclamation. We've been having like a long-time relationship with the city of Santa Clara that goes back once we were established back in the late 70s, early 80s actually, where we started at Masjid al-Noor, because not many people knew that Masjid al-Noor is us, where we started. And then we moved over to the MCA, and we are here supporting not only our Muslim community, but at the community at large. As you know, we do provide food through Support Life, which is every month delivery to close to 3,000 families who are in need of food, and this is community-wide. And we have, like, of course, a relationship with a number of churches, synagogues, and so on, building, relationships with the community as well. And looking forward in the new upcoming, building, as you already know, that we have, renovation for the MCA 3.0, we're going to be having a medical clinic free for public. So it's not only our community. I'd like to encourage everybody in this room, the minute we have the opening, which is 2026, to please send people there for also treatment. And with that said, I'd like to thank you. We're so honored to have this proclamation, and we look forward to continuing this close, warm partnership with the Santa Clara City Council. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much for both of you for all you do for Santa Clara, your presence here, and your generosity to our community as well. So I'm going to ask the council, there's not a lot of people, we can all go down, and we'd love to give you this proclamation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
Yes, thank you. I just want to take the chance to, again, congratulate all of our neighbors, all of our friends, all the residents in the Muslim community. I visited the new care center. I think it's an amazing space. I really am happy that any future monies will go to services, and it's amazing to hear the kinds of services they have, the kind of services they provide. And I wish that every community had something, someplace to go like that. Again, thank you very much for your service to the community, your community, our community, the larger Santa Clara City. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Raj, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor. that's the beauty of Bay Area, basically. Not only Bay Area, extended country as such. Like we are so diverse, and that diversity brings so much good experiences. We all get together to do the good for the whole community, and that's what I know MCA has been doing. A lot of good for the community, food distribution, vaccinations during the COVID time. And we appreciate all you are doing for the community. And it's a message for all of us as a citizen. We may have a different faith, but our goal is to make the community better at the end of the day. And we should live all in peace. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for coming this evening. And for our next special order of business, the city is honored to recognize August 24th, 2024 as the 33rd anniversary of Ukrainian independence. Ukrainian Independence Day commemorates the Ukrainian Declaration of Independence of 1991. It's a day to recognize democracy in Ukraine and celebrate Ukrainian heritage and culture. This evening, we are honored to have leaders of the Ukrainian community with us. The Ukrainian National Women's League of America is the largest Ukrainian women's organization in the United States, in the U.S. Branch 107 is located right here in Santa Clara. Their mission is to promote educational and cultural efforts and provide humanitarian assistance to Ukrainians around the world. We are honored to have the president of Branch 107 of the Ukrainian National Women's League of America, Irina Onpilogova, here today. We invite you to the podium to say a few words, and I apologize if she spelled it out for me too, so welcome.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor.
Could we have you speak in the microphone? Thank you. We all want to hear you.
Honorable Mayor Gilmore, members of the City Council, and fellow community members. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak here today and for the ongoing support the City of Santa Clara provides for Ukrainian community. This proclamation is a powerful statement of solidarity during the time when we need it most. As Ukraine marks its 33rd year of renewed independence, the strength and resilience of Ukrainian people inspires us all. Since Russia's invasion in February 2022, Ukrainian community here in Santa Clara, like so many around the world, had worked tirelessly to provide humanitarian efforts and raise awareness. This proclamation serves us as a reminder that our struggles are not forgotten and the values of freedom, democracy, and human dignity remain universal. Today, on behalf of the Ukrainian National Women's League of America and Ukrainian community here in Santa Clara, I extend my deepest gratitude to you, Mayor Gilmore, and City Council for standing with us. Also, I'd like to mention that we appreciate your support for our community, including your efforts to provide Ukrainian books in local libraries. Your actions resonate far beyond the city borders and it provides courage and hope for those who need it most. Thank you again for this great honor, and thank you for supporting us.
Thank you so much for being here and for your organization's incredible work in our community. I'd like you to bring your organization forward so that we may present you with this proclamation. Thank you. Council, you want to come down? Councilmember Park?
Yes, thank you. After seeing so many generations of Ukrainians and so many different levels of sister cities represented here, I really look forward to having a Ukrainian sister city someday. And I would really like to continue the conversations that started over a year ago towards that. But in the meantime, congratulations to your community and thank you for being part of Santa Clara.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for coming here, and I know on international front, like every country has a sovereignty and they need to be respected, and what things are going on in Ukraine and some of the other parts of the world are not good, and I hope the world can be better off by respecting each other's countries and respecting humanitarian on the humanitarian grounds. And with that, I would like to point out, like there are people who are very dedicated and have helped Ukraine during this war. And I want to point out Harbir Bhatia, who has been to Ukraine, I think 2 or 3 times on humanitarian grounds, basically. And she has done a great job as a Rotarian as well as on his personal visits. And it's not easy, like when people are coming out of Ukraine and somebody going from here to serve the people over there, so it's not easy. So I want to publicly thank Harbir for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on now. We're going to move on to our consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item's pulled for discussion. Do we have a motion or any item pulled for discussion? Councilmember Chahal.
Yeah. Madam Mayor, I have to recuse myself on item 4J, which is action on resolution ordering the vacation of an emergency vehicle access easement at 1111 Comstock Street. I have a property which is within the 1,000 feet of that, so I'll recuse on that item. Other than that, I'll be ready to make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Is that a motion?
Yes, that's a motion.
City Clerk, did you get that 4J, his recusal? Okay, is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any member of the public that would like to have an item pulled for discussion? Anyone online, City Clerk? All right, we have a motion and a second for approval of the consent calendar, noting the one abstention.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Jane?
Yes.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Becker?
Yes.
And Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes, that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on now to public presentations, and these are limited to items that are not on the agenda. City Clerk, do you have any cards?
Yes. Our first card is Satish Chandra.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Respected City Council members, staff, and the public over here. First of all, I would like to congratulate MCA team, Ukraine Independence Proclamation, and as well as ISMO Youth. I'm here for one of the reason recently our City Council and discussions about the Santa Clara is there for wrong reasons, and there have been articles quoted. There has been a civil grand jury report which came in, and a couple of them discounted it. But just an example for the civil grand jury report, right? Like the sample size was 400, and it can't be lying. 400 people can't lie. Some people had to say comments saying it's totally biased. We are going to put away and other things, right? But coming to the latest in a couple of newspapers, which is very concerning, is our city, is rudest, and it's actually the city council. The concerns show is what it is leading is, first of all, the toxic political climate. The council's behavior has created a toxic atmosphere marked by hostility and a breakdown in constructive communication. This function has adversely affected relationship within the city and with local businesses. There's been a recent example of hostility, a recent incident at the city council meeting where a council member, Kevin Park, used a book making a veiled threat to a local business owner, highlights the council's troubling approach to the governance and its impact on the community. I felt a little bit, taken away from that because, the comment was made saying direct attack, saying that, all the friends are termed out, quoting from, taken from another quote saying, all the friends are dead. It actually, hurts a lot because at that moment, mayor has taken the leave for a personal surgery and for medical purpose, and you quoting that undermines and it demeans a lot. I mean, say these are the things which is being highlighted by a lot of news agencies, and you have to be careful and you have to learn from the experience. I hope the consequences for the community and the governance is the ongoing discord is undermining the effective governance and trust in the city leadership, making it challenging to address community issues and maintaining productive dialogue within council. I request, please, do introspection. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Kirk. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I just want to put this slide up here just to show what was talked about on July 9th at Council meeting. It was the Irreconcilable Differences Grand Jury Report about the Santa Clara City Council. And I show up slide 10 and 11 from the city staff, and notice it goes from finding 4 to finding 6. And I had questions on why we jumped. So I listened to what City Manager Grogan said, and basically the grand jury does in fact want to see the agency, meaning the city, to respond to these items. So all of the items that were listed here, the grand jury has confirmed they would like the agency as well as the individual council member to respond. And so, and it was said at about 1:06 in the meeting. And so I list that because it seemed to be in conflict on why it wasn't listed. So we see, what is item 5? So finding 5 specifically says, council members Becker and Park have engaged in unethical behavior on the dais by insulting, humiliating, and intimidating constituents and volunteers. Council members Becker and Hardy explicitly encourage this behavior by laughing, snickering, or eye-rolling. Council members Becker, Park, Hardy, Jane, and Chahal implicitly encourage these behaviors by failing to call out inappropriate conduct. This was from the grand jury report directly. That is a direct quote. So I'd like to just also call our attention to the First Amendment. The First Amendment says there's no law that will basically stop freedom of speech. This is a website that anyone can go to see the amendment explained. A couple days ago, actually it was just yesterday, I posted on my Facebook page the article that was actually referenced just now about how Santa Clara is kind of devolving and how the council is really falling apart. I specifically tagged Anthony Becker's Facebook page, his government page. You can see I highlighted Councilmember District 6, and just to see, this is literally his Facebook page. All over it shows that it's a government page, his public page, that I tagged. He deleted that tag, and he stated that I need to stop harassing him because I'm tagging him on an article that really references the toxicity listed in this council chambers. And so I wanted to make sure it was clear that it is absolutely appropriate to comment as your First Amendment right to speak on what your local government does. I'd like to remind everybody that Councilmember Becker is under indictment for perjury.
Thank you. Howard, come forward, please. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Mayor, council. I'm not here on anything like that stuff, but it's pretty much, we finished up with all the concerts in the park and the street dance. And if you didn't make the street dance, you missed some fun. It was a really fun event. And the concerts were pretty good this year. That's why I came out to thank the Cultural Commission for working so hard on putting this stuff together. And the Parks and Rec, they really put into a lot of work with it. Got a lot of good time out of it. And then the guys from the streets for the dance party, talking to one of those guys, he started at 6:30 in the morning, and he was still out there at 10:30 at night working hard. So those road guys, they did a good job. They put in some good effort, and there was no complaining from them. So it was really cool. And we're looking forward to October 4th. We got another movie in the park, the cinema in the park. It's going to be the last one. I really hope to see Kathy Watanabe come by and say hi. It's in her district. Other people, it was in your district. You had the opportunity to come out, say hi to your constituents. So one did, the rest didn't make it. You missed a good time meeting people. And it is election season. So it would have been a good thing to go say hi to the moms and dads who are going to vote for you. Lost opportunity. When it comes to politicking, I look for every opportunity to make you better. Some of you guys just riding the ride because I guess some big money is going to come into play here. I hear the money's gearing up. So it's going to be interesting to watch what happens. But anyway, I just wanted to make sure I said thank you to the Parks and Rec, the street guys, the commissioners, and you guys help fund that. You guys kind of make sure it happens. So thank you for that too. And even the city manager over there, he works a little bit. Thank you.
No more contracts, Howie.
Thank you all.
He hasn't had a good hot dog lately. All right. Sorry about that. Habir, please come forward. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. My name is Habir Bhatia. I'm here on behalf of Sister Cities International, not as the CEO of the Silicon Valley Chamber of Commerce. So good evening to you all. There's a couple of things I wanted to say. That first, I'm just really excited that the city of Santa Clara honored the Independence Day of Ukraine, which is August 24th. And I wanted to say a few words. And thank you, Councilmember Raj Chahal. I've been there 5 times. I'm supposed to go in September, but I'm going now in November. And what I wanted to make sure our Ukrainian community here knew is that Santa Clara has been a big supporter. We, through myself and a few others, have sent numerous numbers of containers to Ukraine. The next container is on the way. It's about $500,000 worth of medical equipment and supplies for the children's hospital that was destroyed in Kyiv. And the other element is that, just because I'm not sure if everybody knows, that 17 million people were displaced in a country where there's only 36 million people. After 2014, a significant portion of the population left, and 17 million were displaced. Another 8 million left the country, came back, and many of them live in Santa Clara and do attend the church. So I wanted to share this, so I explain next part of this is why Santa Clara is such an important player in Sister Cities International. Not only because Izumo, one of the oldest relationships, but also because, you know, President Eisenhower established Sister Cities International, which I am a national board member of, to help create peace around the world, to better two countries, two nations through the people, not the politics. And we really have an opportunity to consider that. And Mayor Gilmore, there's an event coming up on September 28th, which I was tasked to share that with you, in Washington, D.C., where they're looking for the Silicon Valley cities to consider a sister city considered partnership, because they're celebrating a significant relationship with about 600 mayors. So that's the last item as far as sister cities and Ukraine is concerned. And secondly, celebrating Izumo, how amazing, and I'd like to congratulate the youth that was here. They are our future leaders, and they will be the ones to carry those relationships forward, and I'm really grateful that our city is so very active. October 18th, Councilmember Watanabe passed off the responsibility, so she wanted us to organize the event. We look forward to you coming there. Thank you.
Thank you. David Curtis. Welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor Lisa Gilmore and council members. David Curtis, District 5. You've heard a little bit tonight about the Santa Clara City Council is a mess, the likelihood of cleaning it up is bleak. I kind of believe that. I think if we vote everybody that we should vote in November, it's not so bleak. This was written by Joe Matthews, syndicated columnist. I read it on San Francisco Chronicle. Everybody can read that as well. I'm not going to read the whole article. I'm just going to take out some highlights. The Santa Clara County Grand Jury report shows just how bad things can get for our city halls. The 49ers, while winning on the field, have been the local franchise from hell, angering many city residents and officials. They've been walking the districts, and that is what they're saying. 49ers now control majority of the council, known as a 49er 5, but it's the team's power in the city. One pro-49er council member, Anthony Becker, was indicted for leaking a report to the 49ers and lying about it. At this writing, the case is still pending. The new grand jury report claims that the council can't follow most basic rules of order, ignoring the gavel when mayor tries to quiet the room. That's happened on many, many occasions. This is to Councilmember Jane. You know, I've heard in recent days, because I've been called and some of the other candidates have been called about, you know, the advanced copy of the ethics pledge. Now, you've had opportunities to take this pledge, I think 2 or 3 times, and read it. It's not a secret. It's really not. The funny thing is, I'm going to quote the Silicon Valley Voice from August 19th. Both Jane and Park and Shanks' pledge is a trap. If they sign Shanks' pledge, you will get them agreeing with the narrative Shanks has been crafting for the last couple of years, one that paints Park as a scoundrel if they refuse. Well, it just proved how unethical they are. So if you would never sign it, why are you crying and whining about it so much?
David, you have to address to me.
Sorry. You know, that's just an unethical behavior would be holding documents. Under oath, Jane testified that Becker leaked the confidential grand jury report to Silicon Valley. Jane then said, to be honest, I wish he hadn't told me. Jane said of Becker, but he did, and I have to report it today. Wow, this is, you know, Santa Clara News say that Jane admitted it. So what else are you not being honest about? You kept blaming Mayor Gilmore for the 49ers contract, but everybody on this council had an opportunity to fix it, but they caved into the 49ers like you guys always do, and now the residents are stuck with a horrible contract. You should blame yourself and the rest of the 49er 5. It's interesting, Suds Jane has commitment 2, says better governance and transparency. He's met with his committee meetings 22 times and closed meetings over 60 times. He says he's going to use taxpayer money wisely. He's wasted $500,000. I hope he's not going to be elected again, because I don't want to see more money being wasted. So glad you're not going to win in November. You may want to quit the campaign now and save yourself money and embarrassment. But I hope the residents do the right thing in November. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Online, we have number 2669.
You're muted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Yes, good evening. My name is James Frelland. And first, my good thoughts to the Ukrainian people. To flip a quote from War and Peace of Kutuzov, the Russians may have captured some Ukrainian bears, but they're in the cage with them. Good thoughts to you. While I was in bed, unfortunately, this morning due to a mishap, and waiting to roll again, I was reading a book that was called Madison's Debates. Madison's Debates is the chronicle of the Constitution Convention. And there was a section, should they make past senators some sort of executive leaders after they serve in the Senate? And Franklin said no, that senators and elected officials are public servants. And the way to promote them is to have them become members of the public again. Sadly, Jane, Becker, and Park do not follow that. Jane thinks his records, like Roman senators, are inviolate. Becker never met a Parks and Rec commissioner he liked. Indeed, he thinks Parks and Rec commissioners should be seen and not heard. And of course, he thinks that soccer groups should be investigated by Interpol. By the way, that FPPC report did not go anywhere, Mr. Becker. And after September, Mr. Becker, you're not going anywhere either. And Mr. Park uses children's books to attack members of the public. Members of the public I actually disagree with, but I respect the fact that members of the public, as council watchers, they've been benefits to the community. My view is, if Barton created some jobs or kept some jobs, give him a position, give him a business card, because he's creating jobs. And jobs are what we want to create or save them. And Mr. Park, if I ever make it down to Santa Clara, which I hope again one day, and attend a city council meeting, do me a favor. Don't bring up the snows of Kilimanjaro or Moby Dick to parade in front of me. I surely get the character plot. What I all can say is that once again, hopefully the people of Santa Clara will once again bring public servants back. I think we do have public servants. Jahal, Hardy, Ms. Watanabe, and especially Mayor Gilmore. By the way, Mr. Park, if you want to use books to parade around, a book that you, Mr. Becker, and Mr. Jane should be reading, which is you three completely well known, A Confederacy of Dunces. Well, now, God love you all. God love the city of Santa Clara and its excellent city
Thank you.
staff.
Do we have any other members of the public that would like to speak? Anyone here in the audience? Online? No? All right, we're going to move on now to our public hearing general business, item number 6, note and file the Silicon Valley Power biannual update. That is the recommendation. City manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore and members of the City Council. As you know, this year we switched to biannual updates for Silicon Valley Power, and we purposely were scheduling them at meetings where you had a little bit more time. And so this is your second update for the year. Your last update was in March. And in today's update, you'll receive an update on the growth plan, as well as our system expansion projects. You'll get information about our new outage management system, as well as additional information on a 6-month look ahead, as well as where we are with some of our office space. I'll now turn it over to Chief Electric Utility Officer Manuel Pineda.
Thank you. Hello, welcome, Director Pineda. Oh, is it on here?
There we go.
There we go.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, members of the council. Pleasure to be here tonight to discuss our biannual update with you. And I do want to note that we do have the whole team with us today. I see Chris and Kathleen, Alan, Rachel's here as well, and I think Bill is online. And last but not least, I do want to introduce our new Chief Operating Officer, Nico Prokos, who's in the front row. So just wanted to introduce the whole team that's here before I start. I know we have a number of items tonight. So on the agenda, I think the city manager already touched on that, but I'll go through it very briefly. We will talk about the growth plan like we always do and some of the system limitations that we had with an update on the projects. We'll talk briefly about the OMS. You'll have an item that'll be coming to council in the future on that in the next few weeks. And then some of the office space and some things that we're looking at for SVP. And then finishing off just kind of what you'll see coming up in the next 6 months. As usual, it's not everything you'll see in the next 6 months, but just some highlights that'll be coming forward for you. There we go. So this is a chart that you're very used to, right? And we'll touch on this. I have a couple of items tonight, so we'll touch on this again later today. And really the focus, as we always talked about, is our load growth and the fact that we are growing, especially over the last 5 years, and continue to grow into the future. And we talked about this at length, and we have a number of projects that we're working on to try to accommodate that growth. So as we discussed before, we do have a lot of growth that's coming, and we do have some limitations as to how much growth we're going to have. We currently have 6 data center projects that are entitled or under construction. We have the latest CAISO analysis that we did. As you know, we have the Ellis power line that's coming in. It looks like our new operating limit's going to be around 1,300. That's always been updated, always being modeled. There's changes that happen, but that's 1296. That's the engineer number. I like to use 1,300, which is kind of nice round number. And as you know, and we've spoken about before, if you look at all the data centers that want to be in the city, all the large projects, we cannot accommodate all of them, and there'll have to be some discussion in the future about how much additional growth we have. Just to give you a perspective, we do what are called system impact studies. We've done approximately 10 additional projects that are interested in completing system impact studies. We have additional projects that at this point we're telling them we really don't even want to do the study yet because there's so many projects in front of it. We do owe you a discussion on how much additional growth will be feasible. We're pretty much doubling in size. Because we've been so busy trying to get these projects out to bid. Initially, we were hoping to have the discussion with you in 2024. We're going to have the discussion in 2025 as we start exploring, okay, beyond 1,300, how much more can the city accommodate, both just physically and from a policy perspective. So here are the projects that we talk about. And you've seen this slide many times. So I'm going to focus on kind of the areas that I put in dark font for you that's been bolded. Because those are really the updates since we were here, as the city manager said, in March, and kind of what has changed. On the 2 SRS and KRS stations, where we're doing full rebuilds, as you know, and those full rebuilds are replacing kind of what's end-of-life infrastructure, but also expanding the facilities so we can accommodate additional growth. Now we're at 90% design underway. I think last time I was here, I told you we were moving towards 60% design. Now we're achieving 90% design. In addition to that, you've taken some actions to procure more equipment and materials. Circuit breakers on May 7th. We also looked at a different amount of equipment on May 28th. And you will be seeing additional items related to the control enclosures and protection and control panels. Those are other big items that we're trying to get in front of, so all the materials and equipment are here when we put the project out to bid next year. Now, this is a slide you haven't seen before, and this really talks about the schedule and where we're at. So we're looking at advertising later this year, in the fourth quarter, maybe early 2025, starting construction in 2025. The key component for us is trying to get the 115 kV system completed in 2027, because that'll give us beneficial use of those transformers, meaning that we can start accommodating some growth, although we still have to wait for the Ellis power line to be built before we can really get to the 1,300 number, actually significantly get to that 1,300 number. Then we would finish off our 60 kV system in 2028. And then after that, obviously the stations are functional, but we do have to do all the closeout and demo of the existing facilities to 2029. I do want to note that from a schedule perspective, right, and we're sharing this with our large developers on a regular basis. Every 2 months we're meeting with them. The 2 key things that we track is, one is the material procurement, because it's we're being as proactive as we can, but there's always a question mark if something happens, if something occurs. It's still a very competitive market, and we're still competing against a lot of people. And the second bullet point is that there is PG&E coordination that's required for both those facilities. And PG&E obviously has different priorities than we do, so that coordination doesn't go as fast as we as a team would like it to see, but we continue to push on it, and that is a cost something that could cause delays on the schedule, but we continue to work with PG&E to try to get their comments in. The other project, of course, is NRS. NRS is not a full demolition, as we talked about before. We're keeping the facility as is. We're just enhancing and expanding the facility. At that one, we're at 60% design is underway, and very similar actions that you saw before. So I'm not gonna, on the previous slide, so I'm not gonna repeat those. So that's kind of where we're at. As you know, we're buying equipment for all these facilities at the same time. The NRS schedule, it's in front of you. We're looking at advertising those projects a little later, 2025, starting construction towards the end of 2025. But because it's not a full demolition and reconstruction, the construction period is shorter. And we're looking at being done sometime in 2027. In this case, right, we do have additional schedule considerations, and obviously we'll work with the city manager's office on the top two. One, of course, is we have the 2026 Super Bowl, and we'll have to determine kind of what that means for our contractor and their ability to work at that site during those periods of time. And of course, we also have the 2026 World Cup. And those are elements that we'll have to work through as part of the bid package. It's all, of course, workable, but we have to kind of work through the schedule and what time will be needed to accommodate that and accommodate any requirements that they have for us. The last two bullet points, very similar to SRS and KRS, material procurement, MPG coordination, things that we continue to work on. So this slide, I'm not expecting you to read. It's just to give you a perspective on material procurement. And this is what I'll call a very much simplified slide from what the team works on. And it's just to give you a flavor of everything we're trying to track, bid, a lot of the actions you've taken, just to get us to that point where we can meet those scheduled dates. So there's a lot of things that the staff has been working proactively on to try to get us there. And once again, not expect you to read all that. It's just a simplified version that shows all the elements we're trying to track to get us to those 27 and 2028 dates, so we are able to kind of meet some of the power demands. The next item is the 115 kV transmission line. As you know, that's a very important project that connects NRS to KRS. We did a full study session on that project. I guess a few months back. I don't remember the exact date on that one, but a few months back. And it's a significant project because we need to connect that facility to be able to bring that new power that's coming in from LS Power into the rest of the city. As key highlights for you is that the MND, Draft IS MND, was published on July 31st. And we actually have a community meeting, August 22nd. It's an in-person community meeting. We'll have a number of team members there, as well as our full consultant team will be to discuss the project and take any comments. The public comment period will close about a week after that for additional comments. We receive feedback on it, and we'll have that open communication with the community on August 22nd. Then we'll be back at council. We talked about the routes, and we talked about what the staff preferred route was at the time, with additional details and sequence consideration. Right now, we're scheduled for October 8th, 2024, so we'll be back at council with that item. And then the new CAISO transmission line from that's going to be coming into SVP, that's going to allow us to be able to have all that growth. There are some key highlights on it. I do want to note, if you look at the first bullet point that's dark, you can see that the price has increased from about $510 million to $959 million. And if you remember my discussions when the original estimates came up from the CAISO and LS Power on this, I said that I expected it to go much higher than what was being proposed at the time. So while not a surprise, it's still a surprise that is about twice as much as originally estimated. Like I said, we had those conversations, and I did, we did talk about the fact that the initial numbers, unlikely that those were going to stay where they were at. Last part, I do want to note that the notice of preparation and scoping for the IR is currently underway. They had a public meeting on that process in on 8:30. So I know LS Power is working continuously on this project, and the staff meets with them. We actually, a number of us met with LS Power, I think last week, if not the week before, and we went through a number of items with them about capacity, maybe additional future capacity within the line. So a lot of those items that have come up at these meetings previously. Then the battery energy storage project, as you know, that was not the easiest project to get going. We hit that one right when there were a lot of supply chain issues with the batteries. We did the full RFP. We had to switch vendors. Then we switched from a ownership of the batteries to just a PPA of the batteries. So that is moving forward. After we all caught our breath and kind of dealt with all those delays that a lot of people were dealing with, we are at 30% design on the site design. We're at 60% design on the enclosure design and 90% design on the civil site design, just to give you a perspective on that the project is advancing. So we have the next steps, of course, to complete the design packages. The demolition plans have been submitted to the city. Site demolition would be next, and then procurement of equipment. Once again, I do want to note that it is happening within our property, but we're not owning the batteries, maintaining or operating. We're just going to be buying the power from our vendor. Our expected completion date for that project is 2026, and as we talked about before, this provides a lot of value to us because it allows us to kind of manage during those peak days some of that growth. In addition to that, also renewable energy, reliability, and a number of other factors. It's a positive project. We're looking at 2026 for completion. And because we don't have enough going on, and then we have a lot of needs. In the interim of all the projects that we're trying to build, and there's a whole list of other projects that I'll talk about in the next item as well. We're also looking at some interim operational improvements. So we're working internally to see if there's additional capacity we can get from within our existing facilities. So when you look at SRS and KRS, thank you for approving a consultant contract. We're actually going to have a consultant looking at that transformer ratings to see if additional power can be obtained from those facilities. We're also looking at purchasing standby transformers, which would give us more flexibility. We're also looking at our 16 kV system, 60 kV system. We have our loop system. Can we operate that differently to create additional capacity? That study and modeling is underway. We're probably about in the second or third draft of that study as we continue to work internally with the entire group to see what flexibility the system might have. And then, of course, last council meeting, I forgot we had the break, almost said like a couple of weeks ago, but we had the council break. We did have the self-generation option that came to council that you approved, and we're actually having a meeting with another vendor who might be looking at an option within the city. Then I think when I was here at the time, it was Bloom. I'll let you know there was other vendors who were interested. So we're actually, I know Kathleen spoke to one of the vendors either today or yesterday, and we're looking at setting up a follow-up meeting to see what options might be. So we're continuing to explore those options as well. So switching from system growth, system expansion, system limitations, I do also want to highlight that in the next meeting or the meeting after that, we'll have the OMS system for the council. This is an item that came up as part of our last storm when we had communication. I think if you remember, we had as the most outages we had since decades in the city, and staff did a great work at working out in the field, getting that done, but our communication system was overwhelmed, and a lot of our systems are manuals it relates to when outages are happening. So one thing we told the council we would do is we would pursue an OMS, and what we did is, because we didn't want to go through the RFP system, we starting from scratch, we worked with other utilities who had already procured systems. And then we found one of our NCPA members who had a system in place, and we were able to piggyback in their procurement. So that's what you'll see in a couple of weeks. And that's going to be an online control center that's going to help us automatically communicate. It has customer communications, email, text messages. We'll be able to have the ability to do all that automatically. Customer reporting solutions. It'll be mobile ready, and also it's going to have interactive voice response. The timeline to implement after the contract sign is 9 to 12 months. As always, right, with technology, some issues might pop up, but that's the timeline we're working with the vendor to get that in place. The next two slides is just to give you a perspective, right? This is obviously not us. It's just somebody else who uses the same system. This is kind of a customer mobile view, and we would do it specifically for us and set it up. But in addition to the customer mobile view, we also have a crew mobile view. That's going to be very helpful for crews as they get information immediately when there are outages. The last item before I get to our 6-month look ahead is SVP leased office space. So as you know, we currently lease about approximately 30,000 square feet on Martin Avenue. We're on our own over there with SVP. That lease expires actually on October 2025. And with the lease expiring in October 2025, we have started work as to kind of looking for new space associated with it. So we have determined is what we need a larger space in SVP. As you remember, a few years back, we relocated all our SVP staff from City Hall and moved everybody to Martin Avenue, so we are maximizing the space that we have out there today. And we are starting to struggle to accommodate staff, especially with interns coming in and some of the new positions that were added over the last couple of years. That's even with our 18% vacancy rate. So obviously, with the growth that's happening and kind of where we're at, we're looking at a bigger space because we are we're running out of room, or we have run out of room. So that 30,000 square feet that we had, we need something bigger. So we're actually negotiating a 50,000 square foot building space in the same complex, so almost double the size, but not quite. That's going to give us a little more flexibility and put other facilities that we don't have currently in the building. What we're looking at is a 5-year term with future options. And then we have actually our consultant, CBRE, who we have a contract with to support us with this kind of work, helping us negotiate that lease. So we're working through that. We obviously, like I said, we have to start early because ultimately we have to bring anything we negotiate back to council, see if this facility is going to work for us. But with October 25, feels like it's a long ways away, but it really is not. We got to start figuring that out, and we do have a space that could be a possibility within the same complex that would work well for us. And last, just some upcoming items over the next 6 months. And as you know, just by looking at the agenda today, you know this is not everything, but just a flavor of what's coming. Obviously, the OMS, I just talked about that. That's going to be on your agenda either at the next next council meeting or the first one in September. So that's coming your way. We have additional contracts for SRS, KRS, and NRS for additional equipment and materials we're going to buy. We're going to have an item for you regarding the bond financing. We talked about bond financing for our large projects before. We're going to look at 2. This is going to be the first one that's going to be for materials and equipment for 3 of the large system expansion projects. We're looking at a September timeframe for you on that. As I mentioned, the 115 kV transmission alignments coming to you on October 8th. And as always, our regular rate increase that usually comes to you either late November or early December will be one of the key items. So with that is our 6-month plan. And I know I took a couple of breaths while I was presenting today. I'm not here at 11 o'clock at night, so hopefully not too slow. I was trying to give you a little more time on the presentation, but I can always go faster if need be. So that concludes my presentation. We're all available for any questions.
A lot of information. Thank you so much. And it's nice to see you before midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning. You certainly have a lot more energy at this hour of the evening. So thank you very much for that report. We'll start with any council questions. Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Director Panetta. I met with a data center operator that is saying that the substation near where they are doesn't allow for bidirectional flows, and I would like to understand what it takes to convert some of our substations to bidirectional flow if we wanted to add self-generation in that area. Then another item that came up was that we've committed like a certain amount of power to certain data centers in the city, but they're not using it. They haven't built out to that, and so there's apparently no way to claw back that power than to allocate it to somebody else. So I wanted to understand how we're handling that and how we're moving forward with that. And then the last thing is, I know you have your outage management tool. There's certain parts of the city that have just older infrastructure. I mean, the old quad has, just older, it's an older part of the city. So is there any kind of focus on preventing outages in older parts of the city or places where we might be seeing statistically more outages? That's all I had. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry about that. My pen ran out of ink as I was writing.
No problem. Thank you for the report, Mr. Pineda. I have several questions, like one is the CAISO, we mentioned 1,300 watt. What is our timeline? I think you gave it previously. Right now, from max of 770 or 700 plus to 1,300, what is our goal? What is the timeline for that? Expectation with data centers, like I know Councilmember Jain does that some data center is not built yet, but they have a allocation of the power. But I have another way around, like there are data centers who are asking for powers and they don't have a power. I don't know where we stand on both of those issues, basically. Outage management tools, I'm glad we are doing it on priority. And one thing I would suggest or ask you to implement side by side while we are finalizing the contract, basically, is a proactive collection of data from the residents so that we have the right information from in our database. In case of outage, who is to be contacted proactively, where did data should go, like email address or phone address, mobile phone address for each and every bill we are billing, basically. So that proactive approach will really help us out. And other than that, and you did mention that we are facing some issues with the PG&E, CAISO transmission line and PG&E. So can you let us know a little bit more, like how complicated it is to involve PG&E for those transmission lines? Because that's basically a lifeline for us, like if you're getting power from outside. So can you elaborate a little bit of what problems we are facing with PG&E contracts and CAISO transmission, basically? Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report, Director Pineda. I just basically have a question regarding equipment. You know, there's been a lot of talk about the supply chain issues, and I saw in some of the slides that there was mention of orders for transformers. How are we doing in terms of that? Are things getting better? Are they about the same? Or just to get an update on the supply chain issues? Thank you.
And that seems to be it for the questions, Director Pineda.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you for the questions. I'll do the substation bidirectional flow last, because I think that's one we'll follow up with. We'll follow up separately on. So on the committed amount of power and data centers. So I want to note that what we do with data centers, we have what's called substation agreements with our large data centers. And as part of those substation agreements, we actually have a load ramp that we discuss and we commit to, and that the data center commits to as well. As part of those substation agreements, we also include what kind of projects or types of projects that have to be completed in the system impact studies before they can move forward with it. So on all our new substation agreements, it's pretty clear kind of what the load ramp will be, what it will take to get to that load ramp. And I'll just note that obviously, right, even though those substation agreements are completed and signed, we do have customers who would still like more beyond that. Completely understandable from their end. And we do explore if there are options to do that. And as part of the operational improvements that we're looking at doing, if they're feasible, that could give us some flexibility. But that's really kind of what drives it. It's what's there. It's what's on the substation agreements. I heard some feedback regarding power not being used. So some of the older substation agreements are written differently than the ones we do today. The new substation agreements do have clauses that say if somebody's not using the power, we're able to use that power somewhere else. But that is our newer ones. Our older ones don't do that. As part of our modeling, we do take into account how much power is being used from existing users, and we include that in our analysis. So we definitely don't want to have stranded power out there. Our new agreements, working with the attorney's office, very thankful for their work. We have some options that we didn't have in the past, but we're aware that that's a concern, and our modeling does take that into account with our new agreements do having the clawback provisions. On the infrastructure elements, certainly we do have some older infrastructures in parts of the city. I think one of the things we've done over the last few years, as you know, we did, and you know, looking at Chris for all the great work and him and his team have done, is we've done a lot of more proactive maintenance that we've done in the past. We had a big focus on some of our bigger facilities, right, like DVR and GNR and everything else. We increased our tree maintenance significantly, which we saw some benefits on that. Obviously, right, those are the city-owned trees, not the private trees. We still do as much outreach as we can as for private people to maintain their private trees, but that's made a difference. And recently, you have approved some contracts. I think it might have been one today as well, if one in the future, that we are bringing additional contractors in place who are going to allow us to do additional proactive maintenance that to a higher level than we've done in the past. So Chris and the team do look at kind of where we can get the most benefit and be proactive on that. But with those new contracts, we think we'll be able to do even more than we were doing previously. On the CAISO timeline, so the Ellis Power project, that's the big one. Currently, their timeline aligns with our timeline. So they're looking at a 2028 completion date. Just like the pricing, I'm hopeful, but unsure if they'll get there. But they are working very hard to get there, and they continuously go forward on the project. If you look at all our projects are expected to be completed where we can utilize them by 2028. Ellis Power is expected to be completed and producing power by 2028. So everything would align by 2028 based on current schedules. So that's kind of where things are at, and that's what we've been communicating. On the data center expectation and allocation of power, I think Councilmember Jane had the same question. I think I provided the response on that one. We will continue to work with them as part of the updates and analysis we do. We do update our system impact studies to see if there's anything different. But currently, until those large projects are in place and we can get to 1,300 megawatts, there are some limitations. We're trying to up those limitations with some of the operational improvements in the interim, but we don't know if those are going to be feasible or not. On the OMS, I will look to Kathleen and Rachel to come over and correct me if need be. They're the leads on the project and are doing a great job with it. But I think you were referring to the collection of data. So one of the things we will have to do is we'll have to have a communication plan with our customers so they can get us all the information, so they sign up on the list, so we have their cell phone numbers, so we can be proactive with the text and everything else. So that'll be part of the work city staff will have to do for us to be able to get all that information so people do sign up and we can communicate immediately for it. And they will have the ability to tell us electronically if there's an issue, if there's a concern, if there's an outage, if they see something, they'll be able to do that all electronically, which would make it a lot faster. Our experience talking to the other jurisdictions who use this software is that once you're able to do it electronically, that actually limits or reduces significantly the amount of calls, because you can just do that information via the app and you're able to connect that way, and it automatically goes to our control operators. But we will have to do a significant outreach just to get people to sign up for it. On the PG&E coordination, so this was actually a little different than the transmission lines. What we have to do is PG&E coordination at NRS, KRS, and SRS, both our three facilities, because we have PG&E lines coming in, and obviously we're modifying the facilities. I think probably the best way I can put it is that, and I worked with PG&E throughout my whole career in different ways, is that we have our priorities, and PG&E has their priorities, and they don't always align, right? Because they have a lot of projects that they're working on. So we're always pushing and trying to just get their attention for our projects and get them try to coordinate. We do continue to go forward, but at some point, we do have to have pretty close coordination, because what we do affects their facilities. So Councilmember Chahal, as part of that question, it's just it's an element of, they have their priorities, we have our priorities. Ultimately, they do have to come to the table, and they are coming to the table. We're having conversations. I just like to move a little faster than sometimes things are happening, and the team likes to move a little faster. So that's kind of what we have to manage as part of a large project construction. And then, let's see. The last question was on equipment and transformers. So we're still seeing long lead times for all the equipment, right? For that large transformers that we order, we saw up to like 3 years to get those delivered. We have, I guess, the best I can say is we have taken that into account as part of our schedules. But even when we have put out a bid and we think we know how long it's going to take, sometimes we don't get the bids that we expect. And we have to work with the vendors directly to try to accommodate that. I also learned that we have to be flexible, right? So maybe the exact thing that we want is not exactly what we can get within the timelines that we need, and we'll have to look at doing something else in the future as well. So it's getting better. You know, I would say it's not getting worse, but it was pretty bad. But you know, when you saw that big table with all our charts and all our timelines, all those dates and timelines are laid out based on the timeframes we receive from vendors on how long we think equipment will take. So we are accounting for all those longer timeframes than we used to see, you know, 4 or 5 years ago. I think that's all of them. Oh, and then on the substation bidirectional flow, I think the best one on that, if you can send us some more information about the specific location, we'll get together with the engineering team and we can send something to the council to be able to respond to that.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Let's go to the public now. Is there any member of the public here or online that might have any questions on this report? Do you see nothing? Okay, Vice Mayor Becker.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to note and file.
All right, we have a motion to note and file and a second. Say please register your vote, but no.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Director Pineda.
Mayor, if I could just have 1 second.
Yes.
So I know Alan didn't want me to say anything, and he's wanted everything to be quiet. And, you know, I usually just go with it, but this time I do want to acknowledge Alan Curatori. So Alan's going to be leaving us. He's going to Palo Alto to be COO of their Palo Alto Utilities. And I think after this item, it's a great opportunity to thank him for all his work. And I know he's done a lot of work for Santa Clara and a lot of work specifically for SVP over the last few years, because it's been such an integral part, especially of our growth plan and those huge projects that you saw in front of us. And I know he's touched a lot of people throughout the city, throughout his entire career. So I just wanted to, sorry, Alan, I know the team wanted to personally thank him for all the work that he's done and wish him luck. And I know it's going to be a great opportunity in Palo Alto.
Wow. Congratulations, Alan. You've done so much for the city in terms of just the city manager's office when you were here. We saw you a lot more when you were over here, but what you've done for SVP, had I known, I would have brought a cake today. Director Pineda, you should have told us. I would have brought a cake for you, but congratulations on your new position. You're really going to be missed here. You've really left your mark here on Santa Clara, and we appreciate everything that you've done. But best wishes, you're not going far. Maybe we'll be able to see you again. But thanks again, Alan, for everything. We'll send the cupcakes, okay? Thanks. Okay, oh, here I'm waiting. I'm like, oh, Alan. All right. Next. All right, item number 7, approve the 12 new positions. I think this is why you need more space, right? Approve the 12 new positions for Silicon Valley Power and 1 new position in the city attorney's office to support Silicon Valley Power's expanded system. City manager. Well, it has you on here, so. Back.
Sure.
Director Pineda.
Let's go directly to the director on this.
Okay.
We've already had the intro.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm back.
Take a breath.
I know. Item number, sorry, I got taken aback. I wasn't at, I know Alan and I had.
We're all looking at Alan.
He's asked us not to make a big deal about it, and even trying to convince him to kind of just with this small group. So you can tell the way he's looking at me. He's not happy, but that's okay. He's going to Palo Alto anyway.
Wait till this meeting's over. You're in big trouble.
I know. I'm worried about the NCPA conference now. I think he's going to give me a talking to. All right. So item 7. So additional 12 new positions for Silicon Valley Power and 1 new position in the city attorney's office. So We talked about it at length. I think we spent a lot of time on our growth and expansion plan. I do want to note that, in 2019, I came to you, fortunate enough to become Chief Electric Utility Officer in June, July of 2019. And in December, as part of a strategic session with the executive staff, we determined that we needed to grow. And the team and the council has done an amazing job of prioritizing that growth as an SVP strategic priority, both from a local system and a transmission system. So we went from what was at the time is 669 peak. We're, I think, around 706, 710 was our latest peak. And we're heading towards a almost 1,300 peak based on the projects that you're seeing. Just a flavor of all the council communications and actions that occur since that time. This is not by any stretch all of them, but I'm always amazed when I have the full list, and it's just so many. But it gives you just an idea of how much time we have spent discussing this and how many actions you've taken to support this growth for Silicon Valley Power and the city of Santa Clara. So from a load growth perspective, we just saw this. I did this time put a little box around what's been happening since 2019. And you can see that, while we had our dips and valleys along the way, somewhat of a continuous growth with a real push happening over the last 5 years. And as we mentioned earlier, right, we expect that to continue moving up as our projects come in, as those large developments get built, and everything starts loading up in the city over the next few years. So let me go back here. So before we go to the next slide, I do want to note that obviously 12 positions it's a significant number of positions. And I just want to give you some information that kind of gives you a perspective on kind of where we've been and where we're going, and kind of why we need to grow as the system and SVP continues to grow. So just some points to give you some perspective. So going back to 18-19, right, and that's why I wanted to highlight that in 19 we had a strategic session. In December we determined that growth, and where we're at today in 2024. So from an operating expenses perspective, we went from $480 million to $625 million. It's about a 30% increase. Our sales went from $439 to $654, almost a 50% increase. And if you look at our CIP 5-year budget in 18-19, that was $206 million. We're now at $608 million. So it's a huge change of 195%, almost a 200% increase. To give you some more perspective, if you go 5 years out, and of course, these are estimates, right? Assuming everything gets built as we expect, in 29-30, we're projecting our sales to be over $1 billion. So you go from 18-19, 480 to over $1 billion 10 years later. And this year, 24-25, our CIP, 5-year CIP, is $804 million, over $800 million. So those are significant percentages. Let me just note that when I put those percentages, I'm not implying by any stretch that SVP should be growing that much or from a staff perspective or anything like that. Obviously, our load is very different, right? We're 6% residential, 92% industrial. We function pretty much different than any other utility around us, or almost any other utility in the country. So but it's just to give you a perspective of kind of where we're at from a growth. And then if you look at our positions, from FTEs in 18-19, we had 197. We had 223 now. We added about 16 positions. Most were added in FY 21-22 and 22-23. And because of our vacancy and our difficulty hiring, out of those 26 positions, we actually only have 16 staff that we'll be able to bring in. So our percent increase from similar timeframes has been about a 10% increase in staffing as we continue to grow significantly. Moving forward. Can you move that forward for me? Not sure what's going on. There we go. So the city is in process of doing a staffing plan for SVP, organizational structural plan for SVP, which is be expected to be completed in 9 to 12 months or so. But we do have some immediate needs because 2025 is going to be we're already extremely busy, but as these projects go to construction, it's going to get even busier. I will note that my expectation is when that staffing organizational structural plan is done, I expect we will need additional staff beyond the 12 I'm requesting today. And once again, we're different than pretty much any other utility, but just to give you a flavor of kind of where we're at, is that if you look at employees per megawatt, you can see where SVP's at in 2024, 0.3, and then you compare us to other utilities, they vary from 0.6 all the way to 1.4 for SMUD. So you can tell that's a big difference on the amount of staffing to the amount of megawatts that they have. And then if you look at substations, and we have a lot of substations in the city, right? We have 7 employees per substation. And other utilities, that varies between 9.4 to 38.9. Once again, just a couple of data points doesn't imply that you should go by X amount, but we expect that the consultant that's going to be doing the analysis will look at the sort of things, how many megawatts we have, what our load is, how much growth we're going to have, to help us determine ultimately what the staffing plan should be, but also how that staff would grow as the system grows and SVP expands. So the positions being requested today is really across the entire utility. We have an engineering group. Right now we have 52 projects with a value of approximately $420 million. And then we have our separate team that focuses on the $400 million plus expansion projects. And then we're working on a lot of key additional projects. So really it's a capacity issue for us. And what we're looking at doing is just having one more CIP team to help us deliver projects with one principal engineer, one senior engineer, and one assistant engineer. So it's a new team to help in that capacity. Our operations group is involved in all new projects. So it starts all the way from construction. They have to look at construction, inspection, and commissioning of all those new projects. But as you know, they're also required to operate and maintain when they're in place. And for that purpose, we're looking at 4 new positions, 1 division manager and 3 electric utility engineers. And then our resources, rates, and customer engagement group continues to grow. The amount of work continues to grow. We're working right now on 12 PPAs concurrently. That's a significant amount combined between us and NCPA. So it's a lot of work for our team. In addition to that, there's new programs like the OMS that'll have to be implemented, and we want to implement it as quickly as we can. So we're looking at 3 new positions that'll be added that's going to help support that work in the near term. Then business service and administration, they're of course help us with all the contracts associated with all the work what we do. We typically have at least over 200 contracts that we're working on. So we're looking for 2 new contract specialist positions to help with that work. And lastly, as part of the city attorney's office, you met Dan before. He was, you know him. We really are appreciative of having Dan helping us and supporting SVP. He does a lot of work for us, and it's been incredible for the utility. But we do think that 1 additional position to support SVP is warranted just with the amount of work that you're seeing. And the attorney's office provides us support in pretty much everything, right? Construction contracts, substation agreements, deposit agreements, easements, sales, acquisitions. So there's just a lot of work that's going through their office, and we'd like to get additional support there with 1 new deputy city attorney. So with that, our recommendation is to add the 12 new positions for SVP, and then 1 new position in the city attorney's office to really support everything that we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy, question, comment?
Yes, I have a couple questions, and I want you to know before I ask these, I'm not going to argue with you that you need more help. I understand that. So with these positions and also with all the openings we have already that we have not been able to fill, I wondered if you're thinking of moving people to other different, this is an addition, or I know you've got a high vacancy rate right now. I do know that you went to the career fair at Wilcox High School, and I hope that made a difference to make more of our students aware of what's available here within the city with a wonderful career. So I'm hoping that you're reaching out to as many of the local possibilities. I get asked all the time, what is the number of data centers? And the last number I had was 51, so I wanted to make certain that I had that right. And I think that was it. Thank you.
Any other questions? I just had one. I noticed that Palo Alto has a lot more employees than we do, and they don't really need Alan. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I saw the percentages. All right, that's it, just Councilmember Hardy's question. Go ahead, did you?
Apologize, I had one other thought, I couldn't remember what it was. Going back to, it's the slide 2, I think before this, it was in there where you gave, keep going back where you were comparing. Here we go. I was curious when I read this because you said 2040. I was wondering how you were able to project into the future, especially with other entities. And it looks, I was curious, knowing some of the differences, I'm thinking that Roseville is probably the one that's closer to our reality because Palo Alto does not produce their own electricity. I was just curious if, because looking at those numbers, they're very different. But Roseville was a little bit closer to what we're doing. I was wondering, I know why you're comparing what you're comparing, but I was wondering why they were so diametrically different. Thank you.
That was the exact slide I was talking about. All right, Councilmember Chahal.
So on that lighter note, can you add one more portion, 13th portion, to bring Alan back?
Didn't you run our libraries for a while too, Alan? Yeah, I remember that. Wow, yeah, you've been all over the city. Okay. That's it for the questions. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm being very nice to Palo Alto because I already got in trouble with Alan at least once or twice. I call him the number 2 best utility.
Exactly. Don't forget that, Alan.
Nico came from Alameda, but he's not there anymore, so I don't have to do that anymore, so I'll say that. So the question was, obviously we have to continue to deal with manage our vacancy rate. So our vacancy rate has been as high as 23%. It was floating around 20% for a while. It's actually at the lowest it's been since I've been here, which is just over 18%. But whenever we talked about adding new positions, I never expect that we're going to get all of those, but we are able to get 1% of those, right? Assuming you can keep that vacancy rate constant, we can still add staff that's going to help us deliver. These are all new positions. We are looking at doing some internal organizational movements just because things are occurring. If you're adding a new CIP team, right, you have to look at that structure. We have a new assistant director that's coming in to help us deliver the large projects. So we look at how that gets structured. With Alan leaving, we're doing some restructuring as well to kind of help cover some of those gaps. So we always continuously do that, and we are doing some movement right now organizationally to help with that. On the career fair, actually, we do as much as we can try to encourage people starting at a young age that SVP and utility work is a great career. It's a really well-paying career. Obviously, this valley is very competitive. And then, obviously, there's a lot of similar work in other parts of the state where, housing pricing and a few other things are a little more manageable for somebody maybe starting out. But we do try to encourage as much as we can to see what an opportunity can be to work for SVP, Alameda, maybe not Palo Alto. But we always do try to do that. On the number of data centers, so I always say 50 plus data center. I think the last count we had was about 52 or 54. We'll get you a number. We usually work with CDD to get that number. What's important to know is some of the older data centers, right, are much smaller than kind of what we have today. They were also part of other uses within a building. So they vary, right? The idea of 49 megawatt, 50 megawatt data centers, 99 megawatt data centers, that's something that we've seen over the last few years. But we'll work again with CDD and get you the best number that we have. I typically just say over 50 because I know it's over 50 and it moves up and down a little bit. And then on the 2040 slide, so what's different, I think Roseville is similar to us in the sense that they have their own generation, right? They're part of NCPA. I would say no one is like us just because of the growth we're having. Obviously because we're better. No, I'm just kidding. The growth we're having, it's very unique. No one else has that. So even when we meet at NCPA and you look at NCPA and Roseville's part of that, you look at the growth and what needs to happen with NCPA because of SVP, and our chart goes up. and everybody else stays pretty flat, right? They have to do with electrification and everything else. Roseville does have a lot of residential development, and they have some continuous growth, but the idea of doubling in size in a 5 to 10 year period, that's pretty unique to us in California. I think other parts of the country are trying to manage similar things where they have a lot of industrial growth, but yeah, not even Roseville would be comparable. They are comparable in the sense that they are a full service utility like we are. And then, I think the last comment was from Members Chahal about Alan again. So I think I can already feel him behind me. So I don't think there was really an answer to that question.
You don't want to know the faces he's been making at you.
Well,
Anyways.
I can imagine.
Thank you, Director Pineda. Let me go to the public to see if there's any. Yes.
I just want to ask the director to address the fiscal impact. It's a little unique that we're requesting 12 positions, but not asking for additional budgetary resources. It's mentioned in the staff report, but so it's on the record.
That's coming later, but, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so as you know, because of the kind of the way our system is, our staffing costs are usually 10% of our budget. While it's 12 positions with 223 FTEs, it's not an insignificant addition within the context of our budget. It's something we can manage about $3.8 million a year. In addition to that, because we do have savings from all the vacancies that we have, we're able to accommodate those. As part of any future rate increase, analysis, we will take into account all the positions that are being added. But I will note, as I noted, that we do expect our sales to continue to grow as well. So that's all going to be balanced as we do rate analysis in the future.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Becker, I was going to go to the public. Okay. Any member of the public, either in here or online? I don't see any, so go ahead, Vice Mayor Becker.
I'd like to make a motion to take staff's recommendation for the 12 new positions for Silicon Valley Power.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. City Clerk, when you're ready.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Definitely.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes.
I'd like to note for the record that Councilmember Park had to leave the meeting at 8:35, and he will be returning shortly, but for this vote, he will be marked absent.
Okay, thank you. So that passes 6 with 1 absent. Thank you very much. And our last item on the agenda, we have item number 8, action to delegate authority to the city manager to negotiate, approve, and execute agreements and Aquamarine Westside LLC and Castanea Project LLC to purchase up to 350 megawatts of solar and 135 megawatts of battery energy storage for up to $73,200,000 annually. Director Pineda.
Thank you again, Mayor and members of the council. So it's been my pleasure tonight to have item 1, 2, and 3 for you. I know.
Have the SVP meeting.
3 strikes.
So yeah, it's I think this is the first time that ever happened.
I don't think I can remember this ever happening, and it's before midnight. So yay. Okay.
All right.
We're moving.
So thank you, Mayor, for that introduction. So we are here to discuss a PPAs that we like to enter in. And we're just going to give you a high-level summary on a couple of items, and of course, we'll be available for any questions at the end. So from a procurement process standpoint, we talked about this before, but we haven't done it for a while. There are different ways that SPP procures renewable energy PPAs. There's RFPs. We actually just did an RFP with NCPA that we're actively negotiating on the number of contracts in. We actually respond to developer RFPs as well. There's renewable energy brokers, and then there's direct communication with direct energy providers. And that's just what you have to do to be able to be competitive. You have to be able to be open to every avenue to how you procure that power, because we're all competing against one another. We perform our analysis to see how that fits within our load and resources needs, right? That includes an economic value that looks at kind of the historical data, looks at what the prices we think are going to be in the future. Where it's located is key for us as well. And then also, are there RECs associated with the project? We just had a conversation a few months back about resource adequacy. We have resource adequacy needs. We also have to see how that fits into the economic benefit. And then development risk. If you remember, there's been a couple of projects, one significant one that we enter into PPAs, and they haven't been able to get to completion, right, for different factors. So that development risk, there's also a value attached to that. Do they have site control? Where's the permitting at? Do they have interconnection? Interconnection is super valuable right now and very difficult to get. And is their financing set? So there's a lot of variables that have to be taken care of. Ultimately, whatever fits within the best criteria is shortlisted. Then we have a team of SVP staff working out of Kathleen's group, and I know Bill's on the phone as well, that work directly with them, as well as the city attorney's office has a huge role in supporting us through that process, both from a negotiation perspective and actually making sure that the city has good agreements with the developers. So for Aquamarine and Castanea, both of these projects are located in Kings County. Aquamarine is a 250 megawatt solar project, which we would be contracting about 200 megawatts. That would give us about 500 to 600,000 megawatt hours for 15 years, and the average annual cost is $25 million. Castanea is a little different because Castanea has batteries, so it has 150 megawatts of solar and 135 megawatts of batteries. Batteries give you different options, different opportunities. There's a different value attached to it, so even though you see the megawatt hours are less, the value is more because the batteries provide different benefits. The key parts for us on both these projects is that there is no development risk. The project's already online, and actually we provided pictures for you of the project already being online. The location is very important. There's actually, it's in areas, although you see other solar contracts, this is a less congested area that works better for us. Because of the batteries, we can get resource adequacy for reliability compliance, and if you remember, we have a RA gap that we're trying to fill. And the combined output for both of these is almost 20% of our load. So it's a significant amount of our load. From a need and benefit perspective, it does help fill our renewable state requirements, but we're gonna need additional PPAs. And if you can, it's not the easiest graph to see, but if you look at the green is renewable under contract, the blue is these two contracts, and the red line is the RPS, the state requirements for renewable energy. So you can see that two projects are very important to help us meet that RPS. And if you look at the last color, which is kind of like an orange color, those are projects that we're currently discussing or under negotiation, but this is a key component of that. It also supports the increase of renewable and greenhouse gas-free energy. We actually run the 2025 model to let you know what that means. And if you look at the 2025 model without these projects, and we make some assumptions regarding hydro and a few other things, we would look at having about 53% greenhouse gas-free energy. With this project, that increases to 73%. So it's a significant change and very valuable from that perspective. And last, obviously, we do a significant financial analysis. If you're looking at this table, what you see is we look back in history, and we also look at the future based on what we think the pricing is going to be. Obviously, these are all forecasts, right? And that's all you can rely on. The orange bar is the total cost for these projects. And then the blue columns are actually what the prices were if we're looking at history, and what the prices we expect to be based on our forecasting. So you can see that this project, although maybe for under 1920 where prices were a little better, right? This is a little higher. The rest of the time, based on the forecast, we expect that the prices are going to be very competitive. I think that the good thing about long-term contracts, beyond the fact that we have to have longer contracts that are more than 10 years for regulatory reasons, also from a pure budgeting perspective and rate analysis perspective, you have set prices, you're not open to the volatility of the market, which is very important to us. So historically and in the future, it looks like this is going to be very competitive, and it provides all the other benefits regarding RPS and also renewable and greenhouse gas-free energy. So with that, we have a recommendation to authorize the city manager to finalize negotiations on both contracts. I'm not going to read all of that. I hope that that's not needed. But that concludes my staff presentation. Of course, me and the team are available for any questions.
All right, questions? Councilmember Hardy.
Got it to turn on. There we go. Basically, only one question. You mentioned the distance, and I was curious if that distance, because it is outside of our grid, we have to bring it in, but I do know that we do this with our hydroelectric and things like that. Is this closer in distance and easier to bring into the valley than some of our other projects, is what my curiosity was, because we would be quite dependent on this with the load growth we're going to have and with our requirements by the states. So reliability-wise, is this distance really a concern or not? Thank you.
Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I guess I look at it as being somewhere between 850 gigawatt hours to 1,050 gigawatt hours. And so when I calculate that out at 73.2 million, works out to like between $73 and $86 per megawatt hour. Is that delivered, or does that include tax charges or not include tax charges?
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I know you touched that topic because we're getting around 525 megawatt hours at 24 million to 26 million versus 405 megawatt hours at 45 million. You touched base that that's because of the cost of the batteries, right? Do we have a breakup of that? Like, other than the batteries, are we apples to apples comparing 525 megawatt hours versus 405 megawatt? I'm just looking at the breakup of battery cost if we are comparable on the otherwise, basically, right?
Is that it?
That's it.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Once again, thank you for the presentation. Two questions, maybe three. I think that's great that between these two projects, they're going to add 20% additional our power, 20% of our current power to the city. Before we went on break, there was another project that you had presented us with, and I was going to ask what the status of that is and how that will add into what you're presenting to us tonight. And then my final question has to do with the power purchase agreement and the city manager's negotiations. Once that's done, like, how soon will this power, will it be available to us? Thank you.
Councilmember Charles, another question.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we are asking for a letter of credit for a safety of, to safeguard ourselves for these projects, right? Can you throw some light, like what type of letter of credit and what's the amount on those would be? Would it be related to total megawatt we are trying to get from them? Like, what are the safety measures on that letter of credit would be amount? And because the other project which we lost, I think we didn't have that safety net, but I want to learn more about what is the safety net over here, basically. Thank you.
That's it, Director Pineda.
Thank you. And City Clerk, I think Bill Herr is online, if you can
Yes,
let
he
him in
is.
as well. Thank you. And all right, so I'll take some questions, and there's a couple I'll defer to either Bill or Kathleen. So on the distance, so yeah, the location of the project is one of the key things we looked at, and really what we focus in is the congestion of the lines being in. So this is in a better location. If it's further south, it would be in a more congested area. So this is actually north of, kind of in more north where we want it to be. So that's a positive thing. It's less congested, and we'll have a better, we have less concerns at that location just from the pricing perspective. So so we looked at that. On the batteries and prices, I just kind of be respectful here on kind of what we share. So I want to note that we're still, so the batteries do have a different value to them because they provide resource adequacy. They provide power during times of the day that solar is not available. So there's just a different value to it. I want to be very respectful of that we're still in the process of negotiating. So I think I would prefer not to get into all that level of detail if it's possible, just highlight it at that level if that's okay.
That's okay, you don't need to, like, offline.
On the, Councilmember Watanabe, you mentioned on before break, there was a contract that was here that we looked at. I believe that was, I think we did a couple before break, and that included, I believe, Cimarron, as well as another one. I would note that when you look at the table that shows what we have under contract as well as being negotiated, and we have it, anything that's under contract, it's included in that. So when we're looking at RPS requirements, when we're looking at our 2025 model, we take into account what's going to be under contract for 1 year, what year, and what's going to be operational. So we do take all that into account. For this specific contract, because the project's already online, we're looking, if we can get all the agreements in place, we're looking at receiving power from them starting January 2025. So it's fairly immediate. So on the other ones, right, if there's delays, if there's changes that sometimes happen, we would include that in our future models and RPS requirements and adjust accordingly. So we do take that into account. And then on the letter of credit, I don't know if Kathleen or you or Bill can provide some details that we feel comfortable with on the contract at this time. Up to the mic, Kathleen. Yeah, that's okay.
I'll defer to Bill because we're still in negotiations, so that part of that is the letter of credit, the amounts and everything else that goes into that negotiation and that finalization of the contract. Bill?
All right, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right, so I think at this point, we're still under exclusive or NDAs, and so maybe the specific amount is not appropriate to share, but we do look and study what is market in terms of the ratios between what they put down as security deposit in relation to the value of the project and what it provides to us. So it is consistent with that, with what we see in the markets, and consistent with the other contracts we've done as well. And so the ratio of those values is consistent.
Thank you, Bill. And the last question, I think, was from Councilmember Jane. This pricing does not include the transmission access charges. Transmission access charges are on top of the power charges.
Okay. That's it for the questions?
I believe I got all of them, and there were no Allen questions on these items, so.
That comes later, around midnight. All right. Let me ask if there's any member of the public. Nobody online? All right.
I'd like to make a motion
Two more people. Councilmember Hardy, did you go ahead?
I was just going to make the motion, but it sounds like Suds would like to do that. Go ahead, and I'll second it.
Yeah, I would like to make the motion to approve all 4 of staff's recommendations.
Second.
Vice Mayor Becker, your light was on?
Yep, I was going to make the motion myself, but you guys beat me to it.
right.
One comment I will say, though, is thank you to Alan for working for the city of Santa Clara. My fondest memory of Alan was the road trip we all took, me, Karen, and Kevin, park all the way up to the Loyalton property, and on the way back, Alan stopped to get us ice cream. So thanks again, Alan.
Did you bring any ice cream tonight, Alan? No, I didn't think so. All right, we have a motion and a second.
Madam Mayor, I wanted to make a comment, just a quick comment. Like keeping in view the historical history, like renewable energy is increasing and forecasted to increase basically where we are right now. I would like that we take adequate measures in our safety measures, whatever letter of credit or cash we take. We should take adequate measures so that we don't lose this deal. If the prices go even further higher, we should be in a very good position. That's my comment, that we should take that position in the contracts.
City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe. Yes. Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
I'd like to note that Kevin Park will be absent as well. Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, and that passes 6 with 1 absent. Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here this evening and for those really wonderful reports. And thank you, Alan, for being here in the city of Santa Clara and working for us all these years and dedicating your life to it. We really appreciate it. Good luck to you in Palo Alto. We know people in Palo Alto, too. Just letting you know, Alan. Be watching you, Alan. Good luck, Alan. Thank you. You know, we love you. We're kidding. Okay. All right, reports of members, special committees. Anybody have a report? Seeing none, we're going to move on to city manager, executive director reports.
None.
Okay, thank you, which leads to adjournment, and we do have.
Madam
quite a-
Mayor,
I'm sorry.
I'd like to
Yes.
do a formal introduction of my new deputy
very
city
good.
clerk,
Thank you.
Ben Nguyen. He comes to us from Palo Alto.
Oh, all right, 1 for 1. Okay, we're even now.
So I know most of you might have met him through, during the legislative recess, but I wanted to formally introduce him to the full council during the meeting.
Welcome.
So,
Welcome, and all our meetings are like this, so yes, you're very, we're really happy to have you. We're very happy to have you.
You're lucky for your first meeting.
this is a good one for his first meeting.
Scare them away. Okay. All right. We do have several adjournments. The first, I'd like the city council to adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Senator Elaine K. Alquist, California Supreme Court Justice Edward Pinelli, Jose Rocha Gaspar, and Shirley Durso. Senator Elaine K. Alquist, 79, died unexpectedly on Tuesday, July 9th. She spent 2 decades representing Silicon Valley in the California State Senate, most specifically Santa Clara, the California State Assembly, and Cupertino Union School District as a board member and then president. Raised in a Greek immigrant family, Elaine became the first Greek-American woman elected to the California State Legislature in November of 1996. Senator Alquist fought tirelessly to improve California's public education system and to protect the health of all Californians, particularly vulnerable youth and elders. Some of her proudest accomplishments were her introduction of the Silver Alert, SB 1047, for missing seniors, and her work on seismic safety and HMO and nursing home reform. Senator Alquist was the proud mother and yaya to sons Peter and Brian White, and grandchildren Jasmine, Logan, and Liam White, and loving partner to her PF, which she called her permanent fiancé, J. Duncan Bennis. I would also like that we adjourn in memory of Justice Edward Pinelli, who passed away on July 20th, 2024, at the age of 92. He was born at home in Santa Clara to Italian immigrants and rose from a hard childhood in Depression-era Santa Clara Valley to the state's highest court. Edward earned a tuition scholarship to Santa Clara University in 1949 and graduated with honors. After moving on to Santa Clara University Law School, he finished at the top of his class. In 1955, Ed met his future wife, Lorna, at a mutual friend's wedding. They were married for 63 years until Lorna's death in 2019. Ed Pinelli's legal career would go on to span 6 decades, beginning as a lawyer in the 1950s, then serving as a Superior Court judge before his appointment to the California Supreme Court in 1985. After retiring, he continued to work as an arbitrator, mediator, legal scholar, and educator. Justice Pinelli is survived by his sons Tom, Jeff, and Mike, and 4 grandchildren, Joey, Elisa, Clara, and Makiko. And also, I'd like that we adjourn in the memory of Jose Rocha Gaspar. Jose Rocha Gaspar, former president of the Filarmónica Portuguesa de Santa Clara, passed away on August 13th, 2024, at the age of 82. He was a cherished member of his family and a friend to many, many Santa Clarans, known for his kindness, generosity, and warm spirit. Jose will be remembered for his love, laughter, and positive impact he had on everyone he met. His unwavering support and affection touched the lives of those around him, and his presence will be profoundly missed. And for the last person, I would ask Councilmember Watanabe to talk about Shirley Durso.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we'd also like to adjourn in memory of Shirley Durso. Shirley was a graduate of Santa Clara High School. Shirley married Casey on February 18th, 1957. A favorite story Shirley always shared was about the night she met a sailor at a dance, and it was love at first sight. After Casey's career with the Santa Clara Fire Department, Shirley and Casey opened a distinct engraving, a small shop and business in the neighborhood on Jefferson Street in between Benton and Franklin Streets. Shirley and Casey were the original and only owners of their Santa Clara home on Mallorin Avenue until it was sold in 2023. Shirley loved decorating the house for all holidays and celebrating with the neighborhood. Shirley's biggest passion was celebrating Christmas, and the Christmas tree was always decorated to the nines with ornaments that were all fire engines. Shirley will be deeply missed by all who knew her. May her memory be a blessing. Thank you.
I have a motion to adjourn in all their memories, please.
Motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes,
And Councilmember Park is absent.
and that passes 6 with 1 absent. And this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.